Hello, welcome back to our episode 16. So in today's episode, we are continuing actually with our school management system, and specifically in this episode, we are looking at the payment of fees. So I'm having two tabs. You can see here I'm logged in as a parent, and then in this other tab I'm logged in as an admin. So if you just look here, this is an admin. Okay, and if I just go ahead as a parent, what we modified, first of all, if you select a parent, you can see that we go ahead and get all the payments for this year. Now what we just added is that you can select the term that you want. So for instance, you can select term 2 and you get the fees for term 2. You can select term 3 and you get the fees for term 3. And these are coming from, of course, set by the administrators. We looked at that in a previous episode. So right now, if you want to pay for term 3, you can see it has the tuition and maybe ID fee, which totals up to maybe 4,000. So if I just click on payment, you can see we have a nice pop-up here that allows us to select what you want to pay. If you want to pay for all of them, you can just come and select. If you want only pay for tuition, you can select the tuition, just like that. And then after, if you want to pay, you can just go ahead and pay. So let's just go ahead and click on pay. And then after, when the payment is successful, it will generate a PRN. Now this is the PRN that you are going to take to the bank for payment. You can see here, take the PRN to your bank to complete the payment. So you just like screenshot this, and you have seen we have put a print button where we're going to be able to print. We'll create a better interface than this one. Okay, but this, at least the PRN was generated. After generating this PRN, you can now take to the bank and pay. Now, one thing that we have not integrated any bank so far, but at least we have the PRN generated. So what happens is that if I go back now to the side of the admin, and I go to finance and I go to payments, I'm just going to go actually get this payment. So you can see that this payment that have just been made is for term 3. You can see here. So I have this student, and this is the PRN. If you compare with the PRN that we generated here, it ends up with this PO7K. If you just like check here, you can see it is the same, and it also has a breakdown of how much this you paid 4,000, with a breakdown of tuition of 3,000 and ID of 1,000, and it shows you the term, the class, and also the term that you paid for. So that is what we managed to do this. We have also the status of pending. So when this is confirmed from the bank, or we're just also going to make the school to manually actually, if for instance the school they cannot be able to validate, the parent can go pay to the bank, bring them the receipt, and then they can confirm the payment just by clicking manually here, and they complete the status for the payment. Yeah, so that's what we did. Of course, all the search functionalities are working here. You can search for a particular payment, or you search for a particular student, and it will just show. Now this is only for one student, but this already works for all the students. Okay, so yeah, if you just want to see how we did this, let's just dive in and get started. Hello, welcome to episode 15 of our school management system. I want to welcome back everyone. This it has been some few days, and in these past days, really they have been somehow rough to me. But nevertheless, I always come back to continue with the series. However much it seems to be slow, um, I really make sure that I don't drop the series at the same time, because I know how important it is to some people. This is why they get, free education, and I really believe someone should be given that opportunity. So, nevertheless, I always come back to finish this series. There are some people who always asking me in the WhatsApp. They chat with me, and they are asking about when am I going to finish this. The fact is, it is always not easy to concentrate on one project, more especially if it is a free project like this one on YouTube. It is always not easy, for sure. You have to have other things running. I dedicate really a great amount of time to put into these projects, as well as developing other projects that I have, maybe for my clients or something like that, so they can actually survive. Otherwise, I also run a coding school where I teach programming on daily basis. I have some clients, and I have other things I always do, but I always come back to push this. Okay, and I appreciate those ones who are actually following, and also those who have supported so dearly in buying source codes, those who give me projects, and so on. I thank you so much, and I don't take it for granted. Now, in today's episode, let's continue with the payments, and we'll have to proceed maybe to other features. So the last time we managed to fetch actually the children for a particular parent. In this case, we have this parent, and we're able to get this for this parent, and then we were able to display the fees for this term. Okay, so what I just want to do right now is to go and first of all, we can add the terms we're going to be showing for the current year that we are in. And then what I just want is to fetch all the terms here, to have the terms in that in that year. We put them here, and then you can select. When you select the term, it shows you the fees for that term. Okay, it's just good to show the fees for that term. You can see here right now we have these ones, and for this current term. Okay, then after that, we're going to generate the payment, and where he or she can just pay for these pending fees using the PRN. And then on the admin side, this side, we should have also update where we have these payments, where they can receive the people who have paid for the school fees, and they can look at the payments. They can also generate different lists. For instance, we are going to look at the people who have paid, defaulters, and all those categories that are going to help. We are going to help these. We are going to help these schools identify clearly who are those who have not paid school fees, and so on and so forth. So let's start by going back to this component. You have taken time without going through this code. I even don't know where to start from right now. But I believe we are right now in dashboard. And then we have forms. I'm saying we have finance. We have the payment listing, right? So the payment listing is what we are looking at right now. And we have the selected student.name, and down here we have payments. So we want to add the selection. So the add a new payment is here. I think I'm just going to remove all this and I put a plus button. We don't need an SVG ready for this. I can just add a plus, just like this. Add, sorry, a plus. Okay, just like this, and let's add a class. Let's see. Okay, that will work, I believe. Maybe the okay, that one will work for now. So in between here is where we want to put the select. If we just can put the word the select, we want to add it here. Yes, in between here for selecting the term. So the first thing I'm just going to do is first have the select and bring it here. Okay, I'm just going to have the select. So we already have this term, select term, and we give a default of this term. So for now, what we really need is actually to have the terms. So I'm just going to go ahead and get the select thing. I don't know, I think it will be easy to get it from the docs. Just going to go under Next.js. I'm just going to go to reusable components, and let's go ahead and get the form select. Go to usage. I think we already have it, so I'm just going to go here. Okay. So there are things you need. I'm just going to first copy these three. And I'm just going to put them here like this. Okay, so I'm going to always just going to say this is going to be initial selected term. Maybe we first get the terms. Let me first go ahead before I go to this. Let me first go ahead and bring in the terms. So we are in this payment listing. We are only having the students currently. So if I can just go back up here in this dashboard. Okay. And then we have the portals, we have the parents, and we have the payments. So if you just look at this, basically we have the students, right? So if I can just go back to maybe finance a little bit, and I go to page, let's see here, we have the fees. And then if you go to the new page, fees forms, so you can see we have actually somewhere we have the terms. So we can't just get the terms here. Let me just get these terms. And okay, we have the classes and we have this. So I'm just going to get these the terms first of all. Let me just go here to where we have these payments. So I could just first get this like so, terms, and you can see we need a school. So going back in a second here where we got this, I could just also get the school here. And let's go to where we can also put the school here like so. Let's just import these functions and also get all the periods just like that. And then I can pass these periods inside. So if you just look at this, the types are of type period. That's good. So I can just get these terms pass them into this, and you can say terms is equal to terms, and go to the listing. Let's go ahead and accept this terms, and then here we're just going to have terms of type period. Maybe just get this from here like this array. So now that we have the periods, I just want to first actually console.log them like terms. I just really want to look at the structure of this here right now before we start like selecting and we know what we are selecting. So if I just go back here, so this is this a client component or a server component? Let's see. Okay, this I believe is a client component, so I'm just going to right click. First of all, click on this and then inspect. Okay, so if we inspect right now, click on the console. Okay, let's just see if we can see the terms. Okay, there is an array here, payment listing on line 44. Let's see, payment listing. So if you scroll down, console.log is on 30. So just continue down. We have some errors. Let's scroll down. Okay, so on line 30 here you can see payment listing. Line 30, we have an array of 6 items. So if you just look at this clearly, we have here the period is having the end date, it has the ID, it has is active, school ID, start date, it has the term, and also has the okay. This is really great. So the first thing we can first do is first by filtering them, and we get for the current year. So before we go very far, we can actually first get the ones for the current year. Now that I would actually do it before here. Sorry, so I just go back here to where we have the payments, and to ensure that we have for this or is this year, you can just say const year or current year is equal to new date, and then we say dot get full year. Okay, so this gets up the year. Now before we put in these terms here, I can go ahead and filter them, and since if you look at this, we can filter by year. So we can just go ahead and just say that this either we can chain it there, or we can just like do it from here, and I say dot map. Actually it's going to be not dot map but dot filter. Okay, and I have access to the current item, and this is going to be item dot year equal to current year, just like this. So if we now go back, okay, if we now go back here and see the array, let me just scroll down. So now we can see that the payment listing line 30 now has 3 items. So if I just could go inside, if I just go inside here and I just look at the 3 items, you can see like we have this one as term 1, we have the term 2, and we have the term 3. So this looks great. So another thing is, I'm not sure if, for instance, the first item that will show up, because I want to ensure that maybe we always show for the current term. Now I don't know how we can actually know the current term. I'm not sure about that. Okay, but what we can just say, we're just going to use the one with the latest. Okay, we're just going to get the one with the latest. I wish we added created at into this one the time it was created. Let me just say, or we could just like use this start date. We could just look at using the start date, but what I can also do is we can just use just basically, if we just go back this side where we have this fetched in the API, let's go to the periods. So this is where we have the periods. We have the period is grouped by year, and then we have get periods by year, and here we just get this the find period menu where order by, so we have year and the term in ascending order within a year. Yeah, so here we have the, I think term 1 will always come first. Okay, and then this descending by year. Okay, I think that's what we did. Okay, let's just like use this format. We're just going to have the first year just like that. So if we just go inside the payment listing, at this point at least we have our terms. So we'd want also to go ahead and put this in a usable format. More so the terms, how they have to be selected. If you look at the payments, so that is also very important to see how the payments look like. Okay, let's just go in here, and you can see set loading fees. These are loading the fees. So after it gets selecting the student, and then we load fees, we just go here, we say try get fees by class, and we go ahead and get these fees. After getting the fees, and you can see we actually get by the term. Now this is going to change a little bit, but so far that is what we have, and then we set the fees. So what I would want also to look at is the fees. More so if you look at the result of get fees here, we pass in the get fees by class, we pass in the school, and then also we pass in the student dot class title. So here we are passing in the class, right? And we just have the result here, and then after getting the result is what we find to get for this particular term. Okay, so what we want right now is actually to look at these, how the fees is scheduled. So I'm just going to go ahead and briefly also console.log the fees, console.log the fees. Okay, now we also have this here. I don't know, this handle select student happens when we click on the student. I would want to know also like that Okay, so we have an array here. Let me see the line. The line here is line 37. So if you look at line 37, which is the last one here, so last one here, you see that you get back also an array. We get back an array with all the fees. So before we did, because this is a find, from what I know, I would want to know this thing here on line 53. How does this look like? Okay, so in line 53, what we can do is if I just do this, okay, let me first go back on the large screen where, let me just go back to the large screen like this. So I just want to clear everything, and I want to click on this. Okay, so we have something on line 53. So as you can see here, we have line 53. So if you look at line 53, interesting is we get an array, and this array has one item for now, but inside you see it has the class name, okay, it has the fees, and then it has an ID, and then it has the term 2, term 1. So it has this term. You can see how this is allocated. We have also the total fees and the title. Okay, so basically here we're having this by this term, and then we have this period, which is concatenated with this. So we need to have this in this format. So before that, I'm just going to go to senior 1, and maybe I will add another payment so that we see if they can get to be 2. So if you look at right now, the term 1 has only this fee, okay, this one of S1 term 1 2025. So let's just add a new fee. So I'm just going to say first going to select senior 1. I will just say term 2 2025. I will select this fee, and by the way, I think these fees, they are going to be like this. I'm just going to look for where we did this, and then we're just going to copy exactly for the way it is, like here. So this, and then let's add the fee title. I'm just going to have the tuition. It's going to be maybe 4,000. I'm just going to add another one, which is going to be construction fee. Construction fee. Fee construction fee, which is going to be maybe 1,500. And then just add another one, which is going to be library fee. Library fee, and it's going to be 500. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and add, say, this. So this is for term 2. Okay. Okay. So senior 1, they have now term 2 fees. Let's just go ahead. We also add for term 3. So just go here, term 1, senior 1, and this is going to be term 3. And then I'm just going to say enter fee. It's going to have tuition of maybe 3,000. We'll go ahead and add another fee. Just going to say ID fees. ID fee of maybe 1,000, and just like leave it like that. Add like that. So we have added at least senior 1 some more fee. We have 3 for this senior 1. Okay, nice. So what I just want to do is just going to go back and we look at the this side for a second. So if I just go right now, first of all, do this. So clear everything, and I just click on this. So you can see that it loads still the payments. But what is very interesting right now, if you look at 50, so we need to look at the line 53 is what we are interested in. So 53 now has 3 items in an array. So if you just look at this, you see that we have now different terms. We have this, which is showing this term. S1 is still having yeah, and then the total fees. And then we have this other one, which is still year 1, but is having another fee for a different term. If you look at this, is term 2. Okay, so what I just need is to first actually get that selection. So right now, I just need this selection, which is on add new fees. It is actually so cool. I'm just going to go to the school fee form. I believe must be this one. So I just need to get that the selection, I believe. Okay, there we have select term. So we have it like this. So first of all, you can see we are getting the term options. It gets the term and first sets them to the current year. So we already have them to the current year, so this is not going to be a problem. Ours already have this. So if we wanted, we could actually do this and we remove the other one, but let's just go ahead and copy these two up to here. Term options, I'm just going to go this side where, so go to the fees listing. I'm just going to say where we have these here, remove everything and put this. So we don't need this first filter because we already have them filtered, the terms. So the only thing we are mapping, and we are also creating a label from this term, and then the term.term, and then minus year. So this one is cool. Going back in the form, after getting this, we can now happily go here and get this form for now. So let's go here. Now this might actually change a little bit. The reason why it is going to be a little bit is when the select happens, we might need to run a particular function. Okay, when that happens, we might need actually to run a particular function. Why I'm saying that, if you click on this, oh, okay, we have some unassorted issues here. Let's just fix them in a second. So we have, for instance, this pending term fees for term. Oh, did I remove the one for the terms? Wait. So we have selected term. Okay, I think it is what we can use here. Selected term, and also down here we can also use the selected term. Pending fees for term. Okay, I believe we are good right now. So we can give a default, okay, here of term options at a particular year, so at 0 like as these the first one. Okay, so if I just click on this, okay, what is going on? Can I just first look at the term? So the term has a label and a value. So here basically we don't want to use this one. Okay, so for what we have here, it has to be selected term dot believe dot label dot label, and below here also is going to be dot label, maybe dot label, just like that. Okay, just so you go ahead and click this. Okay, so now payments pending fees for term 1, right? So this is okay right now. So what I'm saying is, remember, this is meant to change these pending fees, right? If I could just like do this. So these pending fees, when someone selects a different term, it's supposed to actually change this term, and changes it. It changes pending fees for term 2, and it has to fetch these fees for term 2, meaning that what is behind the scene doing is actually calling this function. Okay, it's doing another filter. So this here, it needs to do these get the fees, okay, and then we do this find again. So what I'm just going to do is I will have maybe total fees, because right now we have here where we have these the fees. So you can see that these fees actually come when they are just like a total. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and get the fees. So we have these the fees. I'm just going to have also like maybe total fees. So just going to have total fees set total fees is equal use state. Maybe, I'm not sure, is it supposed to be of this type fees, like fee? Let me see here. I'm not sure it's supposed to be like this. Wait a second. I just want to have where we can set this result, because this is happening when you have selected this. So it's supposed to fetch this. Okay, can I just look at the return of this? Okay, it is school fee data. Nice. So this one is an array of school fee data. So whatever we get from here, the total fees. So total fees of fee data, I think like this, school fee data. So when we get this, okay, so for now instead I can set them here, set. Okay, so then I can say set total fees. I set them to result, just like this, and everything will be nice. So this is what is going to be changing right now to find this. Okay, so after on the first one, it helps us to set this first fee. Okay, then just have now handle select. When you select, another function is supposed to run to set the fees. So what I'm just going to do is I just need to go to select this package. I will just like simply get the sort of the original version. So basically we have this, let's just see here. So basically you need to have these two. So we have this one, and then we also have, this is going to be the handle on change. So let's just go here. So let's have another function. So this is going to be handle function handle change. Okay, I'm just going to say function handle term change. So term change. So when you change the term change, for now let's just do like this. So it's supposed to take in a value here. Okay, so a value is going to be of for now you can see it's going to be of this selected term. Now for now let's just give it any, and then inside here is what you're just going to see what we have. So you can just go ahead and say console.log the value. So you can just call this anything you want, but this is, if you just know what this is going to be the term. So we can just go here and we add the term. So now what we can do is we need this actual select. So just copy this select. So where we added this p tag of select, I'm just going to add a div. Then inside this div, I'm just going to add the select. So select comes from the React Tailwind select. The value, so we have here the options. This is going to be the term options, and then this handle is going to be the handle term change. Okay, and then this value is going to be this one is going to be the set select okay, I think this is going to be selected term. So this is selected term. Okay, we still have this where you have to set the primary color. So if you just go down here, you can set this selected color. This is how you pass in here, and you can say indigo or blue and all other colors. I don't know for the colors why you get them, but I actually just say you consider is by default the primary color is blue. I don't know why it is not accepting, but you can see a primary color is missing. So we can just go ahead and specify the primary color to be maybe actually blue, just like this. So if we just go back here, okay, select this. Now we have these terms here. Okay, I will just give a flex wrap at some point, but let's just like try this. So maybe this title, I'm just going to move it up somewhere, but let me first remove this. I feel like this title maybe we could move, or we could hide it somehow. So right now the selected term, as you can see, it is term 1. I still need to see the console for some reason. Okay, now if I just go back to the console, okay, I just like go to the console like this. I'm just going to clear everything. So if you just like go down here, you see we have the terms actually. So if you select term 2, you will see that this actually is payment list 66. is giving us this whole entire thing, the label and the value. So we are more interested in this. Now at the same time, I'm just going to console.log. So I'm just going to go inside this handle thing, this one. I'm just also going to console.log the total fees. Total fees somewhere. Where do we have total fees? Okay, this one's supposed to be total fees, set total fees. So here just going to have total fees. So I just want also to console.log the total fees at the same time. So let's just go ahead and select the student. So we need, we don't have a way we select the student on this on the mobile. Jesus, we have to fix that. We have to fix that in a second, but for now, let me just go ahead and look for a way to get this. So we have to fix these two. So now I have that. So what I need, if I can just like first go back here with this, if I clear, select the term 2. So you see term 2 and you see all the fees, 3 of them for the 3 different terms, because we already have them. So this is the point we actually do the filter again. So this filter that we did in the first place, getting the school fee, and just like this. Okay. In fact, we could just also have the set loading fees to true. I don't know, but we just first get the set, get the school fee, and let's go ahead and get, if no school fee, set fees, okay, return, then there is the set loading fees to true. I don't know if it is necessary, but just I copy this and just going to put them here. So what we need is, instead of result, is going to be total fees. And then we total fees, they're saying they are possibly null. So what we do now with the total fees here is that instead of saying null, of which we are very sure they will be, so I'm just going to remove this null. And I'm just going to give this an empty array. Okay. Okay, so now we demonstrate they are there. So we can now do something like this. School fee is total fees dot find this. So item dot term. So we now get the selected term dot label. Now in this case, it is going to be this term. Instead of selected term, is going to be this term dot label. Whichever we enter in here is going to be the selected term. Okay, so we have this term, and then we get this school fee. We set the school fee to the fees, and set loading to true. I don't know if this need is taking some time. You could just say maybe set loading to true here, and then after you make it false. Okay, so now we just need to go ahead and do that. So click on this, it gives all the terms. You can see set loading, and it is loaded the first term. I just go ahead and change this, and you can see we have now, wait, so we just need to select term 2. It is actually not selecting. Okay, so we need also set, first of all, there is one thing we have to set, and that is this. Okay, so we need to use set selected. So first, before we do anything else, I need to get this set selected term, okay, to term. Okay, that is the first thing. Set the selected term to the term so that it actually propagates to put the value. So I think that's the missing piece. Let's just like see now term2. So the term2 persists, and you can see that we have 6,000, okay, for this term2, and if you just get term3, and you can see we have for term3. This is really nice. I don't know if you understand how nice that is, that the parent now can look at the pending fees for each particular term. Okay, so I don't know see if when we clear the payments, like when the payments are done, how we are going to remove them from here. Like, say for instance, if he has paid for term 3 and he has no pending, maybe, you know, he has no pending for this term or something like that. I don't know what you're going to do, but right now at this point we are good, that we need to consider adding the payment for this particular. So if he's in term 3 or term 1 for that matter, and he clicks on add payment, it should get the, you know, that particular fee here, and gives them option to what they want to pay. So we'd have like a function fee check. You can just like check them, and there will be 3, and then if he checks all of them and he clicks, then it should be able to, you know, go ahead and give them generate the PRN, and just go ahead and they pay with that. Okay, so that is really great. So this is what we're just going to tackle on the payment thing here. So how is the payment going to look like? Okay, so we can just like go here and we start like arguing of how the payment is going to look like. So if I just go to the API, more so the schema. Okay, so we have here one for school fees. I'm just going to duplicate this, maybe to get one for, I'm just going to get the one for payment. Okay, I'm just going to change this, and I'm just going to create payment. Maybe fees payment is going to be any other payment. School fee payment. I don't know, like, just to be maybe very clear on what we are putting the payment for. So why are we having this school fee and all this? Okay, I think it's because of this relationship right now. Okay, so how is this going to be possible? Okay, we are very sure you're going to have the ID. We'll also have the school name, I believe. Maybe let's just like move this here, and the school ID. Like this. Okay, then the term is paying for, maybe we could just like have a relationship with a period instead of just like having this term and year. We could just have a period, because we already have the period. Okay, Let me see the period. If we have, for instance, the period ID, okay, yeah, I think that one is okay. We can have the period ID. Okay, so after the school, we can first link it to the school here, where we have all these here. Let's just add one more. School fees. I'm just going to say payments. And this is going to be school fee payment. Okay, going back here. Now we still have one. So I may be just going to remove. Now we have the period ID. Of course, this is going to be school fees payments, school fees payments table. I'm just going to have now this period and period ID, so these ones are okay. Cut. And for class, let me first remove the fees. Let me just go up here and add the relation with the period. So we need to pay to know the period. We'll also leave the term, but for now, just say in the period, let's just go ahead and add school fees payments. And this is going to be for school fee payment. Okay, nice. So we have also that relationship done. Maybe we could also get the term and the year. Okay, then we can also get the class. Okay, then the title. I don't know. Maybe from the, now we need to link the fee we are paying. Okay, so we need to link to the fee. Let me just go up here. So we have to link. So inside the school fee here, you can see we have the fees someone paid. Okay, so we need to link to the school fees actually. Okay, and the one thing we need from this, so I'm just going to link with the school fees. Actually, I'm not sure. We might just link to, remember we have the school fee. Okay, just like link to this. We're just going to link to the school fee. Okay, so I'm just going to link to this. okay, school fee ID, and then this school fee. I think I just need to also save the fee title, just like the fee title as paid for. The fee title, which is going to be a string. Okay, so let's just go to the school fee. So where we have this, just going to call this one school fees payment, school fees payments, and this is going to be the school fee payment, just like this. Okay, so going down here, we have the school fee ID, and maybe school fee title, school fee title. Okay, that is now we need to know the total this person paid. Okay, we need to know the total this person paid. So maybe the paid amount. So just going to see here paid. The paid amount is going to be also maybe an int, or it can be a float depending what you want. Then another thing is going to be, of course, the PRN. So just add here PRN is going to be a string. Okay, and if we should make it capital. So last time we looked at the PRN. Payment PRN, something like that. We looked at the PRN, payment registration number. Okay, so PRN is payment registration number. So just I guess go ahead and just call this PRN. So we just say PRN, just like this. We'll generate that afterwards. Okay, you can see the systems which are using the PRN for payment. Okay, then next is going to be we have the term. Okay, we have the year. I'm just going to leave those ones. Now we are meaning to link the student. So this is the class name. The class is paying for. Okay, so what we need to link right now is a student. So this must be linked to a student. Now, if you look at the student, so we have so I'm just going to say Control F student. Okay, so this is the student. So what we need is actually to link this payment must belong to a particular student. Okay. Okay, so now if you look at the student, this is from the user. So what we need is the student ID. We have the two IDs, by the way. We have the student this is for student profile ID and the student use ID. We have these two. You can see there is a use ID here from the student, the use ID, but there is also the student profile ID. So there are those two things. We also get the name for the student, and we shall also get the parent name, I guess. We don't need to get very many details, but we can just like get those details from the student. Okay, so for now, I'm just going to go down here to where we have this school fee payment. So similarly, the way we did this for school fee and school fee ID, I'm just going to duplicate these two here, and this is going to be the student, okay, and this is going to be also the student. So there is the student, and this one becomes the student ID. So now we're just going to call the student ID. So this will become the student profile ID. I'm just going to say student profile, so that it doesn't confuse us. This is student profile ID, which should be also here, by the way. Student profile ID, it is going to be referencing an ID in the student. Then we also have the student user ID. So this is the original student user ID. We should just also get the student name. So you can say here student name, the one who have been paid for. So we have this detailed student name, student user ID, student profile ID. Just going to link this in a second. We want also the parent who is paying. Maybe we could just actually get the parent name. Okay, parent name. Maybe we could also just like save the parent ID just in case it is needed. I'm not sure if we really need all this, but we just like say parent ID. Okay, so at this point, I think we are good. Let's create this relationship here. So go to the student and just add the payments. Okay, we don't have many here. And we should also link to the parent actually. So instead, I'm just going to link both of them just in a second. We're not going to link the user, but just go here. Can I just get in any one place? I've linked this. Jesus. Okay, let me just do this. Just scroll down back here and just like go to any of these. Okay, well, we have the school fee payments. So I will search for student and just simply add this here, like this. Also just search for the parent. So we would maybe want to track the, but in this case, we would also want maybe, show these payments. So let's just go to the payment, to the parent. Okay, so under the parents, I'm just also going to go ahead and add this. Okay, so go to this let's also go inside where we have the parent ID. So we're just going to have these two things, parent profile ID, and we're just also going to have the parent use ID. These are two different things. And then the parent name. So similarly, I'm just going to duplicate this like so. I'm just going to say this is a parent, and this is here parent, and here we have the parent profile ID, just like this. So we have all the stakeholders, because the fees, when it is paid, it must reflect both the student, also both the parent. That's why we are having these ones, so that they can fetch all the paid payments. Now the problem we are going to have is that the breakdown of what was paid. Okay. Basically, we need to look for a way of putting them of what was paid. If you just look at this, this side of the parent here, so you have, for instance, this function fees 1,000. You also have the tuition fees of 2,000. So if they make a payment and is generating a payment for this one, even if they pay for maybe this, would want to keep track of what was being paid. This is going to be so much helpful, just in case we want to break down of what was paid. So we have to have a way of these fees. Okay, now what I didn't want is to go ahead and track a relationship with the fees. Okay, because we already have a relationship with the school fee ID, okay, of what was being paid, because the school fee ID has all the details. Okay, so what we would do, maybe we could actually have a string of the paid fees. Okay, let's say I'm just going to say here, so we have somewhere, sorry, what I remember, we have somewhere where we have the paid amount. Okay, the total amount that was paid on this. So what I would want to say, maybe just call this fee amount that was paid. Maybe I can say paid fee amount. So down here, I'm just also going to add one more thing, the paid fees, and this is going to be a string array. So this is going to be string array, just like this. So what I want to store here basically is, for instance, for things like this one, I just want to store them in this format. So let's just say we have these two. Let me just copy them. So what I'm just hoping to save them, I want to save them in this format, like a title. So I will be having a title like this, and then I will just add a separator. So fee, comma, amount. So I can just use a comma, or I could use, a star. Like I can say star, sorry, and you can just use like this, and I say star, and then I put this amount that was paid, the 10,000, just like this. So just now we paid this. So in extracting this can be very helpful. We can just extract this here. Yeah. So I'm just going to try to store them in that way, so that I would use an arrow, but this separator might be confusing if we store them like this. So instead, I'm just going to be having them like star 1000. This will help us to know those fees. You will see. So the paid fees here, this is going to be an array. There is a paid fee amount, paid fee maybe total amount, and it's just like the paid fees array. So paid fees, if we just have this, we might not need this, but let's just like add it. Paid fees amount, and then the paid fees, this is going to be the string having all the things. Okay, so this is the payment. I think at this point this should be enough information to create the fees. Okay, it looks like a lot of data for sure. I'm just going to go ahead and create for me like the create types for this. Okay, let me just add open here maybe cloud for now. Create for me Typescript. Types for creating payment fees. Okay, for creating school payment fee, school payment fee, just using those ones. I just go ahead and create for us this, so that we just go ahead and use it. So it created for us a lot of things here. It has like the parent, and then it has this. Okay, what I just want right now is we have main school P interface of this. Let's just say go down here. Then we have the creates fee payment input. Okay, this is what I just actually want. Okay, just go in this the types. We can just go to the types, and you can see we have many things: school fees, subject, create props, and so many other things. I'm just going to go here and add this interface. So interface, of which we're just going to export. This doesn't matter, that is a typo interface. So it has all the things we need: the school name, school ID, period ID, school fee ID, student profile ID, student use ID, student name, parent, then there is a parent name, then school fee title, paid amount, and all these things here. Okay, nice. So this is what we need first, and then we have for the whole entire school fee payment, where you have like the ID, the school name, then the school. Okay, we'll see what we need, and then we'll create for we'll create for that. For now, let's just go ahead and use this to create. So we are in the API right now. I'm just going to go to start with the routes. So you can just select choose any of these, and just always just choose the one with fewer things. And can I just like clear all this? Like, it's good. So I'm just going to go here, Control C, Control V, and let me just name these two payments. Okay, so payments, and the first thing is create the router. So it's going to be the payment router. So just say payment router. Then get this, sorry. Then you get this router, and let's get it everywhere. Just like this, payment router. So of course the first one is going to be stroke payments, and then instead of create period is going to be to create so here just rename this to also payments. Okay, so this here is going to be create payment. Okay, create, maybe create fee payment or something. So just say create fee payment, and now we have this, which is going to be create maybe school fee payment or something. Script school fee payment input. Nice. So we receive the data. So the first thing we need to do, we need to run and add this. So first off, the server, not on the input, we need a terminal here. So we just need to save the server, and we say npx prism db push, and then afterwards we can just say npm run dev. So this has to go and push the schema. Okay, so that it can sync in here. We can see it. So we get all our data here from this create input. So this is going to be new payment is data dot school fee. So now you can see school fee payment is there dot create data. As simple as that. And then we can just say maybe payment created successful, and I'm just going to simply say payment new payment, like new payment dot PRN maybe, and then here you could just say also new payment dot maybe student name or something, I don't know. So data here, let's go ahead and return new payment, just like that. So that is the most important thing. And then they fetch. Okay, so they fetch we need to get maybe payments. I don't know, these are like by year. I say by year, or I don't know. We'll be having a lot here, a lot of functions for payments, because you could just like have payments for a particular parent. So we might need to look at that. So for now, this first leave it like that, and then we'll be fetching accordingly. Let's first create the payment. That's the most important thing. And then after that, in the router, so we created the router for the, maybe I'm just going to call this one, rename this to fee payment, just like this. I'm just going to go ahead and create a router for this. Since we have the payment router, for now the gate, we're just going to work on these ones, so you don't need to really get worried about this. Just worry about the create payment. So here's going to be create fee payment, I guess. Let's see, create fee payment. Yeah, I can first remove this row dash. We really don't need it. Even this. Okay, let's just go back to index. So it is in the index. We need to go ahead and add this here, school, the payment router, just like this. Okay, so let's just like go ahead and initiate the form. I don't know how this form is going to look like, but we need to initiate that. So under the payment listing, just going to go ahead and have where we have this add new payment. So this one should be the one to send and have every data we need. Send it in this is going to be a component, and then we'll use that to do everything we need. So I don't know if we just have like any right now the models. Okay, like where we have these like the pop-ups, I would want to create that one as a pop-up because most of the information we already have it here. For instance, the student, we already have these selected things selected, and even these payment fees. So I would want this to be a pop-up with a few things selected. For instance, these functional fees and the tuition and the corresponding amounts. So I would want to have, for instance, these and a checkbox and the total amount that is going to be paid. So I could just get this exactly this card, the way it is actually looks really good. So I would reuse this. I only add a checkbox. Okay, I'm just going to try to use that, see if I can just actually. So we basically have this card here, which even has a table inside. Okay, this one. So let me just go to V0. See if I can just like get this from V0. So hello, I want to design a sort of like a payment form which will have a table, okay, which will be a poll. How do they call them? Are they called like a pop-up? Is it just like a pop-up? It should be like a pop-up with the list of amounts to pay. Okay, so it should have to be a pop-up with a list of amounts to pay. Then, oh, there is one thing that we didn't add, maybe that just come to my mind right now. Just go to the API, maybe the one we needed to add status. So like the payment status somewhere, do I have where I can just simply copy something here? Like where we have this. Okay, so I'm just going to scroll down here. Actually, I already have them here. Like I'm just going to copy for this for the payment, so I'm just going to have this. So instead, this is going to be the payment status. Payment status. So pending, approved. I think we just have like this, pending, approved, and maybe also like maybe you could just say failed or cancelled, rejected. Okay, just say here failed, like the payment failed to be processed or something. So in this, we're just going to add the payment status, just like this, and it's going to be of type payment status, and I'm just going to say at default. So at default, just going to say maybe pending. Okay, for now, the default is going to be pending. Now this means stopping this whole entire thing and running again. Okay, as it is running, let's go back this side. So just want to create a design, how to design a payment form, which will be a pop-up. Should be a pop-up, maybe model with the list of fees to pay. Okay, the user should check the fees they want to pay, and there will be also a total below. So to the card below, add the checkbox on each item, maybe on each item. Okay, and then also add it in a model. Okay, we no longer have it, so let me just gonna get this here. Just paste this here. So these the fees, we just need to pass in the fees. So if you look at the fees, the fee here, fee amount is by these fees. So if you look at the fee, it is just like having, and this is the fee. Okay, and here is the fee type. What else do we need to provide here? I don't think we need a loader, so I'm just going to change here to and that means I can remove this loading part. So all these loading part here, I can securely remove them just like this. The total amount is there, and okay, let's just see what it is going to do with this, if it understood what I want. Now we also share this payment model. Like after finishing it, I'll just go ahead and I will share it with you guys so that you can have it. You can see here they're saying new feature has a new code editor with bug fixes, better auto completion, and improved performance. Okay. Okay, so there is this button, pay fees. Okay, pay fees. And now you have the right now we have not selected anything, so I think instead of checking them like this, I wish they could start by all of them checked and then the parent dechecks. Okay, instead of just like starting by you have to check what you want to pay, or we could actually just start when they're not selected at all. Yeah, I think this is just a better format. Instead of tricking a parent to pay maybe much, let's start by having it like this. So you can have cancel, okay, and then you can also have pay now. So I think at this point this is good enough. Let me just go ahead and just dig in into the code. So we have this model. Okay, so I'm just going to actually first get this the payment model. So let's go to this side and where we have these fees. So inside the component, I'm just going to go here and I will have payment model. So this is like the payment model.tsx, and let's paste this. Okay, so let's go ahead and install this UI checkbox. And maybe one thing, I just want to say, if there is a function handle checkbox change, I just want to see just if there is any function running on click of pay. So on click, okay, can you just console? I'm just going to say create. So a few things we want to change here. Let me just go to the preview, I believe. Which one is the preview? This is the console. This is the preview. So what I want is can it actually like console.log the selected fees. So just going to say add handle pay function that consoles the selected fees and the total fee. Okay, just like that. So this is going to go ahead and remove those ones, I think another consideration we need to do is the fact that let me first install the checkbox. So just go to shard like this, add, and I'm just going to go and install the checkbox. Just simply go to installation and let's add this here. I just like install this. Okay, so what I just want is, if I just look in here, I don't know, this payment model should be self-sufficient. Okay, it has also this control of is open, is close, and this whole thing. I would want this to be somehow self-sufficient. On open, okay, we're just going to maybe leave it just like that here for a second. Let's just go here v0. It must have done this. So if you select two of them, click pay, and let's just check the console. So you have this array, okay, an array of objects, okay, and we'll just go ahead and manipulate these ones. At this point, this is very okay. Okay, so that's great. I'm just going to go back to the code. Let me just go ahead and just get this payment thing going just like this. Okay, I'm just going to paste it here, the payment model again. Okay, this is good. So the only things to mark is we pass in the fees, and also we pass in the selected term, and we'll also pass in, of course, more data than this. So I will package everything I need. I will pass it in the payment props, so we don't need to worry about this. Even the selected fees, we're not going to be doing this. I'm just going to be paying for the selected term, so that is okay. So if you just go back to the fees where they are calling this component, so if you look at this, you can see they have is model open, set is model open like so, and then select the term, and then like that, then the fees, we have the fees. So here basically we have the payment model, and then we have also the button which has pay. On click, set model is open to pay the fees, and then there is actually this is open, and then on close, this the payment model. I don't think we need all these ones. Okay, I don't think we need to pass in all these ones. I just want, if someone clicks on all this, it should be just like we get the button, simply one button that is going to control. I don't need to have these two buttons when you say click fees and then sets model to true, and then we have now the payment model. I don't want this one. Really, I don't want that. So what we just do is, if we just go back to the payment model, instead of having this is open, will not have these ones. Let me see. So the dialog can take in these here, but still the dialog also has a trigger. So if you just go to shadcn and let's check the dialog, and this is the dialog right now, you can see the implementation of the dialog. It has its own like here in the dialog header, where you have this like the edit profile. It is the one that is going to open everything. This button here, the trigger. So I just want to use the dialog, the trigger, instead of using it like that. So here you can see it has this buttons controlling the open and close from their side. I don't want that. Okay. I'm just going to ask it to remove. So to remove this on close and this, and okay, so I'm just going to ask it to modify that. So I'm just going to say remove the props, this and that. Okay, use the dialog trigger. Is it called dialog trigger? Yeah, so just use the dialog trigger within the model. Okay, so the props so you say here the only props should be fees and maybe what should be fees and the selected term. Should be fees and the selected term. So you can just like so that you just like modifies a little bit. Okay. Okay, I can just like now get the payment model. Okay, so this still works nice. Cancel, will cancel. So if we go to the code, let's go back to the payment, and instead now this is going to be the payment model. So you can see now on top here must be having a trigger, this button of pay fees, and now in the fees we only just need to pass in this payment model just like this, and it works. So just get this. Okay, and let me just go to the school payment listing. So to where we have our button here, there is where we have our button which says add new payment or pay fees. So we can just simply come here and just add this. So get this, and you can see these fees can probably be null. We just do that, but for now just get this button, just cut it, go to the payment model to where we have our trigger here. So you can just replace with this here. Now you can just like get this, and then you could just say pay fees, just like this. Nice. And inside here, since we have these, you can just go, you can just go to fees, the one we are passing here. Instead of just saying null, you could just set this as, so remove this and just set this to an empty array. This also works nicely. So now we get the fees and then we pass them to the payment model. So going back here for now, okay, let's just go ahead and log into the parent portal again. And let's go to payments. Let's select this and it loads the fees. So let's just go ahead and click on pay fees. So now you can see, if you click on pay fee payment form, select the fee you want to pay for this term. So you can see for sure we have the term here selected on top, and the same table we had previously, which has this. So currently we don't have any fee selected. If I pay for tuition, okay, and I check this, oh, okay, so right now we have a problem. This is checking both of them. Okay, let's first see here. Is this doing the same thing here? Okay, let's click on pay fees, click on tuition. Okay, for this one, actually selects one. Okay, so there must be a problem. Why is our checkbox selecting both of them? Okay, so let's go back to the payment model. So first of all, let's see, the fee expected is supposed to be this format. We pass in the title, amount, and this fees ID. Now when they get those ones, they have selected fees here, and so when you select handle checkbox change, so it has the school fee ID and it's selected fees, it first accesses the previous one, and if it includes this, and then it is adding. So this first guy actually console.log the fees. Okay, to make sure that everything is actually okay, because I'm just going to go ahead, go to the console. Okay, so now go to the console, clear everything, click on this, so the pop-up comes, and let's see what we get. Okay, why am I not getting anything right now? Okay, just like refresh, I believe. Okay, so let's just go back here, select this, and let's right click, go to inspect, and let's click on pay. It says when there is another thing. Go to the console, select, so let's see if there is anything here, console. Okay, so this is payment listing. We have the payment model, which is saying at line 35, let's just see here. Currently, actually, payment model is open, but the fees, that is very strange. Oh, actually, I think we should be, yeah, like, but we pass in actually the fees. They use the use effect, new total. Okay, here we have the new total, that is okay. Then there is handle pay, which gets the fee, and then selects that. Okay, first of all, let's first understand this. The fees are entering on line 35. I would want to know what's going on. So line 35. Okay, line 35 seems to actually, so it has an array of 0, like doesn't have items inside. Okay, so if you try to select, however much like we have them coming actually nicely here. So if you try to select, it select all of them. So just like say if I click pay, okay, the selected fees, it actually gives us the total, which is 30,000. Nice. And now when we look inside, we actually have the amount, the ID. So this ID is which ID? We have the amount ID, school fee ID, and the title. Okay. I expected to be 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 4 things. Where are we getting the first thing? There is something that is not right. If you look according to the fee here, okay, actually just like export this, so like the fee thing, we have it in the defined, and it has title, amount, and the school fee ID. Now I'm wondering, the ones entering here, they have more data. Like if we just go back to the payment listing, we have the fees, which are of type fee, I believe. And now can we just console.log the fees? Fees. Okay, I just would want to know where we have the fees. Just remove some of these consoles. Okay, I would really want to know what is the fees. Okay, I'll close this. Like okay, let's like have this, select this. So we have these two. Okay, so we have this 74. Let me just go to 74. It launches having this array of 2 items. Okay, so if you just look now inside here, it actually has 4 things, meaning that there is something that we didn't include. 1, 2, 3, 4. we have for things, including the ID, because we have the school fee ID, but there is even the ID. Can I just go to this fee? Okay, so I just want to modify it a little bit. It has this, and it also has the ID. So just add one more thing, which is the ID, just like this. Okay, so now we know it has 4 things. Okay, and I believe, so this is the school fee ID, and this is the ID of this very fee, right? Okay, that's great. So what do I need? What I need, since this has now 4 items, upon sending them, upon sending them to the model, so where we have the payment model, now this fee, if you hover on it, it has the ID. So wherever we're just using school fees ID, it should be ID. So this, for instance, total fees, filter fee selected. So this should, for instance, use the ID. Okay. Let's go down. Even here, let's use, so this is going to be ID. This should be ID, ID, and ID. Okay, then we have handle pay, so we're just going to say fee dot ID, because the school fee ID is the same for all of them, so we cannot use that one as a unique identifier. I think now it should be okay. Let's go ahead and test one more time. Okay, let's just open it now. Click on this. Okay, we still have the problem. Refresh. Click on this, get the fees, click pay, and let's check one. Okay, we still have the problem. Why is when you click on the handle check, all of them, I thought it's because, and this time we are not even getting the totals even after we have them selected. Okay, probably we even killed it more now. Okay, let's just go back here and see what is going on. So the first thing, we receive the fees, which are of this type, the fees. They have the title of the fee, like function fee, the amount, the fee ID, and the ID of that fees. So if we go back to actually, before doing this, let's confirm that that is true. So we have, go to the console, we have one online 70 something here. So we have actually an array of fees. Now if you just see what is different, you can see the school fees ID starts with the CM5, and you can see here still is the same thing. So the school fees ID is the same in both cases, right? But what is different is actually the ID. So the ID of this is different from the ID of this. So that one should be the unique identifier of that. Okay, taking that one away, I would want, so let's see what is going on. So when they're having a use effect here, we are calculating fees dot filter fee. So why are we filtering? First of all, new total. So this is going to be every time you change, okay, the selected fees, Okay, every time you do select, it calculates again this. So fees, it gets to filter a fee, selected fees dot includes fee dot id. Do we really need to do a filter? I'm not sure about that. I don't know, we should just like let me first remove this filter. I'm not sure if we really need a filter. In that case, like we have fees dot reduce. Okay, let me first remove that. Just do that. Okay, then set total. Whatever you get here as a new total, you set it as total. Okay. Then we have handle checkbox change. This is where I think the logic is. So we pass in an ID. So set selected fees. So if you see set selected here, it expects to take in a string array. Okay, what? It's supposed to take in a string array. That is something for the selected fees. Okay, if I just come here and you see, it first accesses the previous. Remember, it has this ID, and it says set selected. So this expects the string array. So it's getting the previous from the previous. It says if it includes ID. If this is true, then is filtering it out. Else is setting it as the new previous and then its ID. We just like check that. We have to change that a little bit in the logic, but for now let me just go here, select. Okay, so they're saying here a counted 2 children with the same key, CM5. Keys should be unique so that the components maintain the identity across update. Non-unique keys may cause children to be duplicated. And this is coming, is it we are having the map? Oh, okay, so let's first fix that in the payment model. So if you just go to where is having this map, is using the school fees. So just make sure we have this as an ID. Then even in the checkbox, this should be an ID that we pass in. Even this one is going to be when you are on check, and then also the checked. Let's make sure also here is having ID. Okay, this looks great now. Okay, let's just like check if this now makes change. Okay, so now we're in term 1 and we have more things. Functional fees is duplicate. Okay, let me just see what is going on here. Just refresh. Select and then load, then pay. So we have 2 right now. So check this. Okay, the problem we have is the total. Here, this total, but so far like the checking of individual is happening. Okay, so can we go back here on this where we have to filter is right, I think is here. Just doing fee is calculating the new total, and the new total must be filtering only the fee ID. So filter the fee, get the fees that include the fee ID. I think that one is okay. So let's now refresh. Select, go to pay fees. So it starts with 0. Check this, 1000. Nice. Okay. So the only thing now I'm remaining with inspect is to see actually the remove and click on pay. So we have an array. We have the total amount plus the array. Now this array actually has all the thing, okay, of the selected fees that someone has here. We need a couple of things from this. The school fee ID, already we are going to get that one, which is okay, but we need to store this as the title and this. Okay, so just need to construct now this object. So what I'm just going to do right now, I'm just going to go ahead and start looking to get all the data that I need. So the best way to do that is to first get this from this side, go this side and go to, so if you look at the schema, by the way, we added the payment status. Okay, so I'm just going to be like, go to the types. First of all, yes, I go ahead and add one more thing here, which is the payment status. Payment status. I'm very sure maybe that is the one. Just a second. Payment status. In this here, copy the way it is, and then go to the types. Sorry, to the types, and then put this, and then instead of this, just say it's of type payment status to make Prisma understand what is going on, so the error is gone. So copy this like this, and let's go and bring it to the side of the front end. Also, let's go to the types and let's add this. Scroll down, maybe down here, and let's add this. So for this case, since it is like that, what you can do is you can just still go to this, and let's get the payment status. They are only 3. Copy them, go back this side. Now this one, we could actually paste them, like you can select from this or this, or so like this. Okay, so this is the type here. So other things, they all remain. So basically I need all these things like this. Okay, so I need this. In fact, the payment status, since it has a default, you even don't need to include it. So I will just need this object basically. Okay, so copy this the way it is. Let's go to the payment model. Inside the handle pay. So basically this is what I need at the end of the day. So I could just say const whatever, const data is equal to this. So I will need to have data of this here. So by default, they just like first go and maybe add this to be empty, everything to be like this, for purposes of being in harmony with this object. I will just like be putting one by one. Okay, so wherever I have string, I'm just going to do this string. Okay, so I will remove all the string, replace with this. Okay, and maybe before it, let me just add equal signs. Oh, actually just leave it like that. So the only thing I need is inside, so you just add commas. Okay, so for this paid amount, I'm just going to say this one has total somewhere. Paid fees, this string array here, we're just going to work on that. Okay, so I will be defining one by one, and let's start with the paid fees. So I'm just going to put a comma like this. So I will just say here const paid fees is equal to, so we have the selected fees details. You can see it gets the fees and selects the one that has these the IDs. Okay, so what I'm just going to do is I will have to get the selected fees details dot map, get access to the item, and what do I need to return? I need to return back a string. Okay, so what I just need to do is do this, and I say dollar. So I now can access the item dot. So in these three things, what do I need? I need the amount on this, and then also just get this. Where is it? Star. Okay, this is going to be outside like this, and then add star. Then I will add the dollar. Okay, item dot amount, just like this. Okay, I could even want store, let me store the ID. I can just like go ahead and I say star if I want, so put another star, and then so we say title, amount, and lastly will be dollar item dot ID. So even this ID, I can actually set it. So this, if you look at this, this gives back a string array, and then this actually we add it in here. So if you look at this, expected a comma here. Okay, so now for the paid fee total, we also have it, which is the total. So that is nice. In the object, we have so far two things. Okay, so let's go ahead and see how we can add in more data. The year, since for the year we don't need payment, this one let's remove. For the year is going to be the current year. Okay, so here we could say const year is going to be new date, I believe. New date, so it's going to be always be the current year, so dot get for year, just like this. And now the year, we could just simply also remove it and add a comma. Okay, we just like so close right now. Okay, and by the way, some of these things we don't need to define them outside. I could just bring it in here like this to save space. Okay, and also this, I could just get this, cut this, and just bring in the paid fees. Okay, then we need other information, the school. So if you look at how we got the school somewhere here, I don't know, was this, we could access the school somewhere. Okay, so you can just access the school here, Control C. We can access it in the payment model itself without even so you could just get it like this, call the use store, so we can have the school, and therefore we can just have the school dot name, and then here we can have the school dot ID, and then so if you look at this, should be a typical string, so just give them the default, just like so. If you hover now, it should be a string, even a string. So the school ID and the school name, we have them. Now we need the period ID, then the school fee ID. So the school fee ID, actually we have this, so we could extract this in any of the fees that comes in within here. Okay, let me remove this one. We could get it in any of these, really, on any of these fees that we have here. Okay, so school fee ID, we could just say, for instance, selected fee details. So this is an array if you check this. So just get the first item, and then from this you can get the school fee ID. Nice. Now we need the school period ID, student profile things. So we need to get some data to send this side, the one we are very sure we cannot get. Then the PRN has to be generated, so you can just say can you create a function, a TypeScript function. So we have here as payment registration number. Can you create for me a TypeScript function that generates a PRN, a payment registration number. Okay, let's just see registration number. Okay, so I don't know how many characters a PRN should be. I'm really not so sure. So you say here, I'll create a generate PRN. A good parent should be unique and contains useful information about the payment. Okay, let's first see the generated PRN here. Okay, PRN generation params. It has the school ID, student ID, fee ID, and year, and then the term. Okay, so they generated would be like school, then school prefix, then year, student prefix, and then all this. So they gave us an example here. Of the PRN, school, then the ID of the school. Maybe we take the first characters of the school because the ID of the school is so big. Then we have the student, maybe year and term, 2024 term 1. Okay, then the student ID, student prefix, and then fee prefix. I think this is just like the fee ID, and then a random number. Okay, so that is great. Okay, I think that is okay. We'll generate something like this. Okay. For now, I'm just going to copy this, generate PRN, and extract the prefixes, generate, format, construct the PRN, and then return it. So you can even just PRN rejects, and then you can just like validate PRN, and then it tells if it is that. But for now, they just get the function. I don't know if it complicated it, but they just have here this. Okay, it has also even the interface, so let's just copy up to that. So let's just go to this side. So you could just of course generate this at the back end or at the front end. Really, whatever you need is what you can do. So I'm just going to go to the utils lib here, create a function which is generate prn.ts, then paste everything here. So it takes in the school ID, school this, and then fee ID and all this. Okay, so school ID, we just cut those ones, those parameters. So you can see here we can just put the ID of the school, the first 5 maybe characters or first 3 of that. Then there is also the student ID. So let's first get all this information, some of the information. So let me just go to be export const. Okay, let's go back to the student model. So basically we need all this information. So what is covered right now, we still need the period. So let me select this. We still need all these remaining information, all these here. Okay, what it is? PRN will be generated. Now we still need the term, and then we still need the class name. Okay, so copy this. I'm just going to copy that information, and I will create an object out of this. Okay, I will just add these as details. So this should be passed here as details, so just pass details, and then these details inside here, they will have the type. So can I have type object type detail, so it's go to an object. Let's paste all these here. So it's going to be an object, so let's replace all these. With a string. So this is the object we need. I will also go ahead, and I still have it, I believe. So here I will add details. I will add details to be of type detail, just like this. Now what I want to do is actually to go ahead and remove all these ones, and we get them from the detail. So the easy way is I could just come and remove these ones, remove them, remove all these, and even this. So down here I could just say spread the details just like this, and we'll all add these details inside this data. So let's go ahead and look for these details. Okay, more so I'm just going to put them inside here. So I will say const details is equal to create an object and put them inside like so. So let's start also getting some insides from here. So you can see we have period ID. Where are we going to get that? Let's start with the easy ones. So I'm just going to go down here on details. So just say details is equal to details. Okay, so now let's go ahead and start looking for where we are going to get all these details from. Let's get the student information. Do we have any student information? So we have brief student. I can see here where we have the selected student. If you look at the information we have the ID. Now I'm not sure which ID is this. Okay, I'm not sure which ID is that, but we can populate some of the things here. From this. So for instance, if I just go to student name, so you can just say selected student dot, so you can access the name, and you can just give this a default of that. Then now we need user ID and the profile ID. So I'm not sure the one we have is what. If you want to understand clearly of what we have, okay, we have the ID. I'm not sure if this is So we have the ID, and then we have also the, I don't know, is this the profile ID or this? Okay, let's just go and find out. Let's first go here. So this starts with use state. Let's see where this is fulfilled. Set. So when the handle select student, set student to student. So where do we get this student? So who is calling this handle? So we have a map of all the students. Okay, so we can also just see where do we get the students. They enter in the payment listing. So just go here on this, and you see that we are entering the students. So if you just go and look at the students, get students by parent IDs. So we have this students API get students parent, and then whatever we get back are the students. So we can just check this endpoint. Okay, in the API, so we could either go to students, and we can just say look at this students and then parent. Here we'll get students by parent ID. If we go inside here, we can look that we are checking in the student. So basically this ID is the student profile, because we're just checking into this is the student profile ID. So this one is the student profile ID. So if wanted, we could include the user ID, of which we did not do. Okay, we could just get the user and we add the user ID in that, but I think this is enough. Okay, instead I will save the registration number, I think, for the student, maybe, I don't know. So what I'm just going to do is what I have known, that all this in the payment, if I could just go payment listing. So what I just know is whatever we have from the student, selected student, this is the profile ID. So here, selected student dot, so this is going to be dot ID, is going to be the student profile ID. So for the student user ID, since we cannot get it, we're just going to replace it with the registration number for now. So student, selected student, okay, selected student dot reg number. So for right now, just like put the reg number, just like this. Okay, then the parent. Okay, let's first leave the parent for a second. Let's continue to school fee title. So where are we going to get the school fees title? Now this is tied to the school fee ID. So that one can be gotten from where we have the total fees, okay, in this school fee data. Okay, no, that one will not give us. If we check in the fees, we have the school fee ID only. Okay, so if you look at this down here, handle selected student, we get the fees. Now if you look at the fee data, from this and you look at the school fee data, this one actually has the title. As you can see here, it has the school fees title and this the fee ID. So let's see how we are going to do that. So inside here we get the fees. Okay, this is what we get. For instance, an array of 3 things. We set the result, and from this we actually find the item do this with the label, and then we get the school fee. So whatever we get back here is of type school fee data. Okay, so when we set it to set fee, that means that we are remaining some few things here. Whoa, okay, we are setting also, you can see here that we are setting only school fee dot fee. So this is why we neglect all other information. So let me just put it maybe in state if I wanted. So we have this the school fee title. Okay, so on this selected, I'm just going to say whatever selected, selected fee title, maybe let's just go it, and then this set selected fee title, and use state. I'm just going to say this is a string, and you can just give it an empty string, and I'm just going to come and I add it here, the selected fee title, and then down here where we are setting the fee, I'm just also going to say set selected fee title is going to take in also this school fee dot. So you can see we actually have all this information. So this the fee title that this person tried, and you can see it has even all the information, like other information, like it has the term. Okay, another thing is what, so maybe we could just say actually we could just, like, instead of saying this, we could just give this school fee data somewhere. We could set it somewhere because we might just like need to use more. Okay, let me just come here, selected like this school fee data, set school fee data, just like this, and now you state this is going out to be school fee data, okay, or nar, okay, and then here we just add nar. So now we can set this here, so set school fee data, and we can just simply set it school fee like this. Or undefined. Okay, so this one has an undefined, since this is going to be a find. We could just say if no school fee, and then you could just say return, just like that. Now this will be okay. So after setting this, now we have access to the school fee data, and now we can say this can be gotten from the school fee data dot title for this matter. Now the term can also be gotten school fee data dot, for instance, the term. Okay, then for the class, we're just going to get it from the selected student. I'm not sure if the information we have here has the class. Yeah, so we have the class title. Nice. Data is, we are getting the data, so we are remaining with the parent plus the period. So if you look at the period ID we need, I'm not sure if we get the period ID in this case. Okay, so we need to get it from the selected term. Okay, so in this case, I'm just going to say selected term. So selected term here, we gave it, if you look at this, I think is going to be dot value. So for now, let's just say dot value. Okay. We are remaining only the information from the parent. We need this. We might not be able to get this here, but let's see where can we get the parent information. So currently the parent is the one who is logged in, so it is easy. I don't know where we are having these details. Oh, period is any, so term is also string and undefined. Just a second. Period, and we could just say as string, just like this. And then we have another one which is term. Here you can just give it this. Okay, so now I'm just going to go to where we have this listing. Let's go ahead and pass in the parent information. So if you go back here under finance portals, where we have the payments, I'm just going to go ahead and pass in this information. So I'm just going to get the, so you can see we have the user, okay, and then we get parent profile, because as you can see we need to get the profile ID. So for the parent, I think all this information actually we have it. So basically we need the name, so I could just say parent data, so const, we could just say parent maybe data. So basically we need the name. So just go to this listing and we get all the information we need from the parent, these three things here. So go back and let's go ahead and paste these in here. So we need these three things. The first one is the parent profile ID. This is very easy to get. We have it here as actually profile ID. So that is nice, and we can also prefix it with that. Then we have parent user ID. It is actually the one you get from the logged in user, which is also cool. So here, just get the user.id, just like this. Then last is the parent name, which is also on the logged in user.name. So like this. So now we get this parent data. Okay, and then we can actually pass in here as parent data. Go to the payment listing, just pass in parent data. And then when it comes to defining the types, this is an object which has this information here. Just copy these three things, and let's go ahead and pass them in here. So this is a string. Actually, just all of them, they are string, just like this. Okay, so now I can just simply come and you get these three information from the parent data. So if I also wanted, I could just go ahead and do this dot and I say parent data, just like this, and this would add it in these three things. Okay, so after adding in this parent data, now we have a complete project, or a complete thing that has all the information we need. So at this point, what I just need is we pass this information inside this payment model with all the details. When we reach inside the details, we go ahead and pass them, all of them in here, and everything is right now nice. Okay, so this year we could also actually just like include this year instead of just like getting it from here. I'm just going to remove it. I will just go ahead and add it in the detail. So in the detail, let me just only add a year, just like this. This will cause a problem here in the details to add a year. So where I have this, just add a year like so, and this here is going to be gotten from school data. So school fee data dot year, just like that. Okay, so everything is still okay. Okay, so at this point I want just to go ahead in the payment model, and I will console.log the data. So we have all this data that we need. I'm just going to say console.log the data. So let's go back. Okay, if I select the student, and let me select term 2, and let me just do this. Go to console, remove everything. I just want to select pay. Now we have three things we can pay. Let me select maybe 2, just like this. Click pay. Now we should get a complete object. Okay, we still don't have the PRN. Good, we're just going to generate one. But if you look at these paid fees, we have tuition, and then we have the its ID. Construction fees, we have its ID, and then we have the parent name, we have the parent profile, and then we have parent user ID. We have the period ID. We have the school fee ID, school fee title. We have the school fee ID, school name, then student name. We have the student profile, and then the student user ID we actually replaced with the registration number. and then we went ahead, we get the term, and then we also have the year. Okay, so basically, yeah, that's what we have even the class. So just go ahead and generate the PRN now. Okay, so we have this PRN here, which is empty. So we have this generate PRN, and then this takes in some things. Okay, if you look at what it takes in, the parameters, let's go inside this. It takes in all these params, the school ID. Let me just copy them, go back the payment model, and paste all these things here. So we need the school ID. Okay, maybe we could just get a small of it, because if you remember how this is going to be used, school prefix, there slice extract prefix, so they get school ID dot slice. So they have like school. Okay, how are they going to prefix this? Let me see, format. Oh, okay. So for us, what we need to pass in is the entire school ID. They will extract the remaining, even the student, they will extract. So for the student ID, they will extract. So for them, they will extract all the things they need. Okay, they will extract the things they need from this. Then the fee ID, and then the year and the term. Okay, so these are like the things we need to pass in. Okay, go back to the payment model, and I just need to pass in this school ID. So sorry, so let's just see where we are going to get the school ID. So school ID is going to be gotten from, okay, school.id. So it is here. School ID is here. The student ID. So student ID is within the details. So you could just say access the details dot student ID. So student profile ID is what we are going to use. And then we have the fee ID. So the fee ID is here. Okay, just like this. Next is the year. This is going to come from the details dot year, I believe, and then the term is also from details dot term. Okay, so let's see what their problems. But got 5 expected 1 argument. Okay, so what is the problem? So we have the school ID. Generate PRN. Oh, it actually takes in an object. Okay, so this whole thing should be an object like this. Okay, and if it is an object, we start with the school ID and then the student ID and then the fee ID, then the year, and finally the term. So for the year is just give comma. What is this? Type string is not assignable type, so okay, we can just like the year is supposed to be type. You can just like go here. Let's look at this. So the year is a number. So details.year. This right now looks like I think is getting. So whatever we have here, we can actually convert it into a number. Okay, so now we have the PRN. So let's go ahead and console.log the data one more time. Okay, we still have to sign in. Okay, let's go to payments. Select this. Let's go to term 2 and let's go ahead and pay, and we can select tuition construction like this. So now if we go to inspect, go to here, let's click pay. So this generates, and we're interested to see the PRN. So let's look at the PRN, and the PRN is school here, CM4, and then to 2025, and then term 1 2025. Okay, so I think the term, we need to put the actual term. Okay, I'm just going to work on this just a second. If you look at the structure, the one we looked at is going to be of this format, supposed to be 2024 term 1. So we need to pass in the actual term, and if we actually just go this side, we could do that. The one we are saving, sorry, this one, the term that we have here, if you look at the format that it is in this format, term 2, like where we have term, then space 2 minus 2025. This is how it actually looks like this. Okay, if we could get the term here, actually just select this. So the actual term looks like this. Okay, so whatever we get from here is something like this. Okay, we don't want this. So what we can do is we can first split this. Okay, if we just want to get this 1, because I simply want 1, so what I can do is split. So whatever is this, I can just say split. Okay, just like this. And where do I want split from first? I would want first split on a space, so it will now separate term with this. Okay, and now after that I can just first select the 0 1, so I will select 1. So I have now this text here. I can now also do split. Now this time I'm just going to split on minus, and now it will just going to make this and this, and then I will select the one at 0. Okay, so now we can go back and we say detail dot term. Okay, just like this. Okay, so now let's go back and see the PRN that is going to be generated. I think we need to either run PRN. Yeah, so you can see the PRN now is 2025 term 1, and then the student CM5, and then this is FF, this, and then so I would want to get, instead for this code, the last 3 digits, and also for the student to get the last 3 digits, because the first digits, they will not really be so much determining. So if I have a number, how would I get the last 3 digits? Let me first get the student profile ID. If I have a number like this, copy, I'm just going to ask this one. If I had a string like this one, how do I extract the last 3 characters? Okay, so to extract, you'd say string dot slice, and then you do -3. Okay, so that means in the split function, so in the generate PRN, we can, instead of doing this dot slice, so you can see dot slice 03 gets the first 3, so just do -3, even here get -3, and then prefix ID also get this -3. Okay, so now if we go back right now, run the generate, you see that now we have the different one, 05S, and then student 8F6, and also the fee, and then also this. Okay, nice. So that one is done. We have all the information we need. This data is ready to be sent to the API, and then we'll get back the result, the success, with a PRN with another model which has it will close this one and set another one to open. Okay, Okay, so let's go ahead and say so let's go back to the payment. Everything is right now is okay. So now we need to do our try catch here. So try catch. This is where we do everything. So consider to log error. Okay. I just want to get this. I just want to get okay, what do I want to get? I want to send this data to the API. So let's go to this site to where we have, for instance, so period.this. I'm just going to rename this to payments, and let's go ahead and get this the payments, create payment, data is of type create. So I don't know, it is just a create payment or something from create school fee payment input, and then await API post. So this is going to go, if we go back to the API, go back to the fee payment, this goes to the payment. This goes to the payment. Okay, let's just change back to this. So this goes to the payments. Is it payment or payments? Payments. And then what need to be revalidated, I'm not sure right now, but we have finance maybe, so it will be dashboard, maybe finance or something. So finance payments, so say like for instance finance payments. We haven't created it right now, but then we have response.data, fit create payment. Okay, nice. Can we call now this function create payment? Okay, so if we now go to back to the model, still, so we could just say here const response is equal to await, and then they create payment, we pass in the data, and let's go here, this handle payment, let's make it an async function. Okay, down here we have the data we are passing in. They are saying that payment status is missing. Okay, so what we can do is we can just simply go to the types, okay, just simply just go to the types, and we can just go ahead and remove this payment status just like this. If you wanted, you could just go ahead and specify pending, and then but this is the default value, so even if you don't actually put it, it will be there. So we still have another one. Property here are incompatible. String is unsendable type number. Okay, so where we have the year, so we get it from the details, and we are coming and we pass all in the details. So before we bring these details, just a second. So we just go to the details, and here make sure that this is actually a number, just like this. So just go back this stage where we are passing to this. So we're getting the details. Let's look at the year, and default we are giving it this. That's what the problem I think is. So the default I'm just going to give it is going to be new date dot get full year. This is going to be the default. So if I just go back here, is string or a number. So I also don't need this. Okay, so whatever we get from this, we could just say number of this. Okay, so if you just go now here, it is a number. So whatever we get back from this, and we pass it into here in the details, is good, is a number. And that means that even if we want it, we can actually remove this. So if I remove even the number here, this should still work fine. Okay, good. So we have now create payment is accepting like this, and we could set the loading also to true, because this is going to take some time. Okay, so you can say set loading to true, set loading to true. So we can create also state here, const loading set loading is equal to use state, and then we can start by false. And now okay, so we can just come here and we say const just wait, so set loading to true. So there is something we want to get from this. The response data is not having the type, but we're just going to get it a type, so that we just need to access this if it is successful. This data that comes back here, I would want to know the success of this. Maybe we could just actually return only the PRN from this for now, because what we need from this is a PRN. So if we just go to the API, for instance, from the create payment, you can see after getting a new payment, we're just returning it as the data. So here I'm just going to say from the new payment, just only return the PRN. Okay, I just want to return the PRN, and will be just a string. So going back this side. Maybe also the time of payment or something like that. I don't know. But for now, let's just like only return the PRN. So here we response.data. I'm just going to say this. As the object of PRN string, just like this. Okay, we could just like give this a type PRN export type maybe PRN or something. Just create payment response, and then it has simply this PRN just like this. I'm not so sure, but let's go ahead and so here we can just say payment response, and this is going to help us to capture this in the payment model. Whatever comes in back here, you can see is a payment reference. So you can just say console.log response, and we could now set maybe success to true, so we can also just have another one. Just going to have two things: const success, set success is equal to use state, and this set is false. And let's also have const the generated PRN. So you can see here generated PRN set generated PRN is equal to use state, and let's just say give it an empty string. So down here after this we could set success to true, and then also we could for now say set PRN generated PRN to response.prn for now. And we could have another model that shows success. Okay, like we could just have it to put in the show the success. If everything goes well, it could just like show success, and then we display it on that. So let me see. We could have to most of the content here. Okay, so I'm just going to also have the dialog content for the success model. So you could just say we'll have, you can just go here on this, cut this, and let's say if success is true, then we show something, else we show something. So let's go down up here in this and add this here like so. So when it is successful, we don't want so all these. We just want to say payment maybe successful. Okay, and then for this you could just say take the PRN to your bank to pay the maybe to deposit the money or something to complete the payment. Okay, so down here in the card we have the card title. I don't know if we need anything else here. Just remove this. Maybe we could just like leave the print button or something. I don't know. I'm just going to say print, and then for now let me remove this on click, and then in the content just going to leave, we have the card. We don't need this really. These I'm just going to leave here the just going to say here PRN, and then you have generated PRN here, maybe generated PRN. Okay, let's try to do the payment, and we see. So I'll just go ahead and refresh. Select the student. Let's go ahead and say maybe term 2. It has all this. Let's pay, and we're just going to pay tuition, this and this. So the 6,000. And now let's use the loading actually. So if there is loading down here, I'm just going to go and copy the loading button from shard. Just go to where you have the button, go to loading, and just get this loading button. So scroll down to where we have this pay. So I'm just going to say if here if we have loading, so just do this. If we have loading, if this is true, then just go ahead and show this button. Else, so we just going to have these two here. So else, I'm just going to add these like so. So let's get the order, and so we're just going to say processing, please wait. Okay, so now go back. So just click on pay. So let's first wait. If we click on pay, it will just run the handle pay. So we have to set loading to true somewhere. Just a second. So start here, set loading to true. Okay, so data is gone, PRN is generated. We can just set it from the other side, and then when everything is success, we just say set loading to false, and let's also set loading to false. Okay, at that point we are set. Let's go ahead and click this and we see what is going to happen. So click pay and you can see processing. Please wait. Okay, we have this payment successful, and the PRN is not there. I would want to see what is on the console, but everything looks great. I would want to see what is on the console really. So there is on payment model line 93, which is actually the one for the response. If you check inside, we have it as data actually. So this returns it as data. So we just need to say response dot data. Okay, so the response dot data, we just need to go to the payment and we say that this is data. Okay, so okay, that is good. The only thing maybe, okay, we have the cross button. Okay, so we have to make this maybe much better, look much better, but for now we actually have it generating the payment, meaning that this actually was successful. If you check at this side, like at the console somewhere, payment created, and you can see you have the PRN on the console for actually term 1. Was that for term 1 or term 2? I don't know what did we pay for, so you could close this. Okay, but I can see it was for term 2. I can now, let's go ahead and make another payment maybe for term 1. So this create payment. Oh, we have to make sure that when we are going to create a new payment in the model, maybe we first set success to false. So here we say set success to, oh, not on this actually. Where can we do that? Okay, so it is still having open. So let me close. Set success is still very true. What we can do also, we could set success. Okay, the only thing we can just like refresh. You can just go ahead and refresh. Let's select now. For term 1, let's pay. Get this. Let's pay only 1. Okay, so you can see it gives us this PRN that now you can maybe go ahead and save this with all the maybe the payments. We could also just get the payments back, the ones we have paid for. I don't know. I will just look at the design for this model here. We design it to look much better, okay, with all the payments that the person has made. Okay, so there is here, you can see this for term 1. Let's see if they are the same. EFN, okay. So we have 2 payments. Let's go ahead and create a function to fetch them. So we'll first create the one which fetches maybe the payments for a particular school. So let's go back this side. Would want to first get payments maybe for a particular school. Okay, just actually this is for by year. This is okay. So could you say get payments by year? Get payments, maybe it by year. Really, I don't know. But if you just get the school ID and then you can just say payments, and then here I'm just going to check in the school fee payment, find many where school ID, and we actually have year and a term. Then here we return the payments. Okay, so I would just go to test this, get payments, and let's go to fee payment, and then we have payments, then school ID, and then we call this function. So I will just first go and test this in Postman. With our API, which is the School Pro API, we can just like go ahead and duplicate. We just say here payments. So what we need is get payments, by school maybe. So we could first get the school ID, get schools, okay, so let me just get the school, this one. Now get payment by school. So we go to, okay, we don't want the hosted one, we just want the localhost. We just get somewhere, we can just get the one with localhost, something like this. API v1, so we just need payments. So if you just want to get, and then you pass in the school ID /school. Okay. Can I go back to getting a single school? Here, schools, and just get this ID. So just add this here. Okay, so we have the data back with all this information, the school name, school ID, and all this, including the paid fees, the paid fee amount. You can see the PRN. Okay, and now we also have this. second one for senior 1 term 1. This one was senior 1, was also term 1. I don't know. Then we have these status, pending, the class, and whatever was paid for was for functional fees. Okay, so we can just now go ahead and get the information that we need. For instance, from this we could return a few of this information. Okay, this information we could show it to this side for admin. Okay, so let's just like log in as an admin. Okay, so now I could just go ahead and create a table that is going to represent the payments. So basically what we would want to see is the payments. They should be with classes. Like you say senior 3, it generates the one for maybe senior 3 or something like that. So I'm just going to say here fee payment. So we're just going to have finance, then payments. So let's go and create that link. So we also need page and columns. So I'm just going to basically get this and this, copy these ones, and inside the finance, let's put the payments. And then inside, let's put these to the page and the columns. So we would want to go ahead and fetch from the payments. Let's go ahead and fetch. So get, just going to say get all payments. You pass in the school ID, and this is going to be payments. Okay, and now as the payment, so we need to look at what do we need to back from this. Do we need all the information, or we need a few? So we're not going to show all this information. We might just need a few of this. So for instance, we can return the ID. We can return the student who paid. So we have the student name, then we have maybe the term. So you can see here we have the paid amount, then we have the term, and then the year. Okay, and maybe also the class. So let's just go here in the response that is coming back here, and after this here, what I need to do is I'm just going to say select Okay, so I need to select the things I need. So ID true. So we need the ID. I'm just going to go back to the postman. I will just get the things I need. So copy all these object. Let's go ahead and remove what we need from this object. Okay, so we have the ID already. School name, we don't need. School ID, the period ID, we don't. School fee ID, we don't. School profile, all this we don't. Maybe the student might need to show the somewhere of the people, the registration numbers of the people, the students who paid. And then we don't need the parent name. Then school fees, I don't know if we just also need the school fees title, so just for now remove it. Let's leave the fee amount. Now also of what did they pay, I'm just going to return it. And then here I'm just also going to say PRN. What I would want is actually the balance. I don't know why we didn't compute the balance. We're supposed to compute actually the balance. I will also return the PRN just in case. Status pending is okay, the term and the year, and then the class. These ones are okay. Now would want the, because this is the fee that was paid, but then there is also the total amount. Maybe we'll get it from somewhere, I don't know. So let's see here, student user ID. So student user just copy this, student user ID to true, like this. Okay, just remove this. Student name, so student name to true, and then paid amount, to true, then paid fees, sorry. Then we want the PRN, so PRN to true. Then we have the payment status, to true. Then we have the term, so the term to true. We have the year, so the year to true. And finally we have the class name to true. Okay, so this is all we are selecting. Now this becomes really very easy. Okay, so we can quickly create the types for this. Okay, so this is what is being returned. If you go back to the postman, click send, you set all the information. Now will bring back a fewer amount of information, okay, than returning all of it. Okay, so let's go ahead and see how we can just do this. Payment status, I don't think we need that. Just copy this. Okay, so I'm just going to go to this. We need to give the type that is coming back. So go to the types. So down here, okay. So we have pending. What else? Pending, approved. Okay. This one, maybe we change this to approved. And then we have also failed. Okay, then so that's it. Okay, so that is the payment. I'm just going to go and use this. Inside the payments here. So here you could just say payment. From the type, just like that. Okay, so I'm just going to use this in putting these payments inside here. We have these payments, so we can just get the payments is get payments, and then here's going to be school fee payments. I don't know if you just need to pass in the year, and then for this to not have the table head, I don't know if it should just have add new maybe payment. Okay, I'm just going to first leave this one, then here I'm just going to say payments. Then we have here payments. Now we can just go to the columns and we see how we can design these columns. So I need to borrow some columns like from the student. So just go to maybe admin users, not admin. I just want to go to students, and I need, I think, like the columns for students. Okay, so I will just get this all entire columns, and I put them with the ones in the payments. Okay, let's just go ahead and edit a couple of things. First is that this is returns back the payment from the types. So we'll just get here the accessor key on the payment. You have the student name. So I will just say student name here, and even student name. Okay, and then I have access to a payment, and then from here we don't have actually the student image. Okay, but what we have is we have this information. So I'm just going to add this information. We have student full name from the payment, maybe actually payment dot student name. Okay, just remove this, and then down here you still have also payment dot so what we could just add is the class of this student. Okay, then we go down here to another information. So what I would want to know right now is more details. So let's say I'm just going to say here in other columns. Okay, so here we just click and I just say we also have student user ID, by the way. So we still have this student user ID. So instead here we're using the class name. We can just use the user ID. Then here I'm just going to say I will put the PRN maybe. Okay, then I would just say student. Here we have this as payment. So this is going to be payment dot PRN. Then here we could just say payment dot maybe paid fees amount. Okay, you don't know, so we could format this. We can say to local string, and then here you could just pass in ENUS. like to put the commas, so this one will format it with the commas, and maybe I will also leave it like that. We still have more information on the class. Okay, so for instance, class stream, this one I'm just going to call it class. If you see here is where we have the class name. Since we have the class name somewhere, the class of this, we have the, how comes we don't have that? We have the class name. And the data that comes back, we have the class name. So in the payment, how comes, oh, actually the payment has the class name. I was wondering, so we could just give the key here of the class name, and then we'll have this as the payment, and then this is going to be payment dot class name. And now, right now, the other information we have payment dot payment status. There is also term and year. So we could just say term, and then we put brackets, and then we can also put the brackets, and then we put payment dot year like this. Then this view, I don't want the view. Now this one we could actually basically put where we can change the status on this. It will be a button where we can add like change status. So here instead I could do something like this. So you could do return, and then you could return a button. So just say here right now a button of maybe change of status, maybe change status. Let me simply put const payment is equal to row dot original. And then here we can just simply have payment dot status or payment status like that, and this one will be used to change maybe this. We don't have created at. I don't know why we didn't add that information. Just a second, in the schema. Oh, this is on the web. If you just go to the API schema, I don't know, these days we are not adding the created art, and everything you're creating doesn't have created art. Jesus, like, why are we not having the timestamps? Let me just go to the user. Just go to the user. I believe has these timestamps. Like everything should have the timestamps, but for some reason we don't have them here. Okay, so I think right now we can do this link, dashboard finance payments. Let's just go to the sidebar and we can just say finance, and while we have the payments is going to be dashboard finance and then payments. So go to the side, let's go to finance. Okay, we need to refresh. Okay, just go refresh. Finance, payments. Okay, so here we have back here we have the name of the student, who is this, and then like that, and then you have this and the amount. Maybe the amount needs to stand out more of how much has been paid. Then you can look at the class and the term. So now the term actually has also the year, so we might not need actually the year in the brackets. So if you come back to the columns, we might not actually need this year in the bracket, because the payments themselves, they actually have that. Okay, good. So we have these payments. So what is missing is this amount to stand out, and maybe we could also specify what was paid. Okay, how that payment is maybe distributed, that would be another maybe good one. So I'm just going to put here, okay, so we have this, and here we have the paid amount. You could of course go ahead and put the currency you need, for instance UGX, or you could put your currency here. First we'll go back this side. I need maybe to make them more bigger than this text, maybe SM. Okay, then what they paid for, maybe we could just like put it in the brackets. Let me just actually put it in the brackets. So here I'm just going to put inside here, I'm just going to put so we could just have inside this, okay, we could just like have a flex. So I will first have this, and also I will also have another div, and in this div I just want to put the payments. So you could say something like payment dot paid fees. So we know very well that we can just go ahead and map through this. We access an item. Okay, so what do we going to return here? I might just need to return also maybe a p or a span. Just like for now, say span. Now I would say item. Okay, here I would go back and I put the item. Now this item is a string, so I would go ahead and split this. So when you split and we want to split on a star, this gives us an array of 3 things, and the one we need right now is actually this split. You know what, I'm just going to add this as here const data. Could just say call it an array is that. So you split this, you get an array back. First, we could help us to get the key, okay, which is going to be array at. So if you remember, it was the ID last and the amount was in between. So we can just say 0, 1, and 2. So this at 2. This is going to be array at 0. This is the title, I believe. Now we can design this span here. If we look at now what we get, this is what we get. You can see tuition, construction fees, library fees, just like this. So we can first of all add a simple gap between here. So just put a gap of maybe 3. This will separate this with the these ones. I will just go ahead and for these ones we just going to have text extra small and font or text muted. Okay, text muted, just like this. Okay, maybe text muted foreground, text muted foreground. Okay, so from that I just want to also add a class name on this. Okay, I would want to put them as in form of a bracket. Okay, so I don't know, can this be inside a bracket? I don't know, it doesn't make sense. Okay, the bracket actually they are there. One thing we can also define here is items center, and then also inside this div here is going to be flex, also items center. Now for these ones, I don't know how we're going to treat them. I need to put commas after each individual one. So I would put like a comma here, which doesn't actually make sense. Maybe here. Okay, maybe let's add a simple gap of 2. Okay, so tuition, construction fee, and library fee. So if wanted, we could actually match with their payments to match this total fee. Okay, we could do that, but for now let's just like have them like this: paid 6,000, which includes the tuition, function fees, and the library fees. In fact, if you wanted, you could also add that amount there. You can just say here brackets, and then you are like, okay, so in this bracket I will have array of 1, and just on a 1 line of code it should just like add in brackets the amount for each individual. Okay, and I can also go ahead and even also format it. So I can just go and say to local, okay, to local I don't know why is not having this to local. I just want to pass this. Returns a date converted to string. Okay, maybe we could just say this one is always to a number. Maybe we just say number of this. Okay, I think that one would accept. Okay, now we have this tuition, construction fee, library fee, and if you add this, should add up to this. Okay, I think that one is nice. Okay, so far this is not bad. We have these the button for the pending, and we'll work on the filters, specifically the filters for this to filter by class and also by term. But so far so good. We can reflect all the payments that we have. Okay, let me just first look at the time. Okay, yeah, but so far the this is good. We have the payment. We can look at these the generated PRNs. We can look at the amount paid, and then this. Okay, so what do I need to do right now? I would want to work on the filters specifically for this. We can leave these filters, but we need to have another group of actual filters, like the ones we can use for, we can just say, for instance, select by S1, for instance, the class will have the here the filter for the class that one cannot miss, and we give you the class list of those ones who have paid in maybe senior 1 or senior 2, and then also for the term. Okay, so you can just do the filters by class and also by term. I think those are like the two big filters that we are going to consider. For the year, we are getting for this, we'll be getting for one particular year. For the purposes of optimization, we'll be returning back. So we could even just like go ahead and make sure that in the API we are bringing for only that current year, where we have here the payments. Okay, we can just like before we return, we could just say const result is equal, so we could just get the current year, const current year is equal to new date dot get full year. So you can just like get the current year like this, and then here you say result is equal to payments dot map, in fact dot filter. So you could filter, and then you say actually we in this we have the we could just say where. So here we could also just say year is equal to, okay, I don't know, year 20, sorry, is equal to C year, like this. I believe you don't even need to do any extra filter down here. Okay, so that gives us a very nice one. I don't know if we should work on the filters right now, because I can see the time has really gone. Okay, so yeah, thank you so much for watching this episode. I will see you in the next one.